Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about where things are at today. Didn't sleep very well last night, but I found a solution to a little problem that we've been having, and I thought I would try to solve that today, very early on in the stream. So I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat so far. 13 people already. Let's go. Thank you, Twitch. We've got Wolf of White with the most recent follow and Gigabit with the most recent subscription. Hello. Anybody watching in the VOD? And shall we get straight into it? So the other day I noticed that the game was using a lot of texture memory. And a lot of it was these high resolution previews of the scenes that go into the world map. And I realized, like, I don't actually care about these icons looking like the game. Actually, it might be cooler if they looked like a tile preview of the game. So what I'm doing is literally just taking the sample resolution and making it smaller. That's it. I just want to sample it at I think I could go even half of this. I think this is 8 pixels. So like maybe we go down to like even smaller, like 1 tile size every 16. I mean, it's even, I don't even know how it's figured this out because here you can see it's 1. Can't you just via the import settings? It's actually in, I think what's happened is that the graph has a pixels per unit setting. And I think it's controlling the resolution texture settings. So looking at this, I mean, from the bottom of this to the top is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pixels, right? And if I go to like the house, it's not any of these. Home. Home 2020 maybe? There we go. Okay, so we had 2020, wow. So we had what, how many pixels was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 until we hit the bottom of this thing before we get the bit there. So if I was to just calculate this, that's 40 pixels. Is that right? That would be right. So 48 pixels became 8. So that's like, what, 6? Less than 6 per pixel? Each of these ones, in fact, you could just copy it, literally, and just go, how many of these does it take? What I would expect to happen is that I want to sample this 1 per 16. So I want it to go 1, 2, 3 or 4 pixels. That's what I want to happen. And instead we're getting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're at least double where we should be, which is super confusing to me because the pixels per unit here is 3.125. A unit is 100 pixels in my game. So 3.125 should give us, 100 divided by like 6 tiles, or more. 100 divided by 12 will give you this, which means, well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting to see per unit. Well, no. It should be like the amount of times that the number 16 fits into 100. That's how many, that's what this size should be. Or 32. 32 fits 100 this many times. But that's not what's happening, strangely. So I really don't know what to do. Because I can make this 2, but like, what does that even leave me with? So I don't know. Maybe we should just check out how this works, or... I didn't write this part of the indie tales of scene graph, so you know, there's a little bit of Insignia. There we go, and then back here. Yeah, it's tough. I think for now, like, I'm happy to just work around it. So I'll just set it to something simpler, like 2. And then just run these again, even just this one. And then if I go to neighborhood snap, I think I might have to force it to redraw, which will take us at least until here. If I toggle it, maybe it'll do it then. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same. What if I delete it and then go to the scene meta and force it to take another snapshot? Oh, here we go. Okay, you in here. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same. Can we really not get smaller than this? That can't be right. Oh, this is inside of scene graph. Okay, well, we are here. And that's saving the thing. Let's go pixels, PPU. Is that there? No. This is the container. Okay. I don't think I have access to the code base this way. I'm going to have to chat to Elzac about maybe us moving over to a locally stored version of the application rather than a one that's using the repo as a managed thing. I think it's putting too much pressure for me not to be able to change it. Hey Leroy Atom, welcome. Thanks for the sub. Like, I can't trust, it's not like production ready yet. So let's call it 2, apply, save, close, reset, nothing happens. Same size, 685 by 100. If I change something in the level, I think that can force it. So I just move something ever so slightly over. And then I think that will force the redraw. And then if we look at that again, Still 685 by 100. Why is that? Not much I can do. Hey. Thank you so much for watching. Welcome. Yeah, I think this is just all we get. I mean, I can't change the size of it. When I do this, I wonder if this will change in size. There's a minimum of 100. It won't go smaller because it won't make, for some reason, there's a limit to how big the texture is allowed to be. And that limit is at 100. You can see all of them are that tall. They want to be smaller, but they won't. I think there's the challenge that I have here is that the scaling of this is not actually right. If I don't want the UI versus the texture scaling to be 1-to-1. I actually don't care. Like the windows versus the texture are not related to each other. But right now they are related to each other, which is why all the nodes shrunk when I changed this. I want the nodes to be the same size. So I think actually for now, I probably should just let this be the way that it was. Because I can't have this do what I want it to do, unfortunately. Right now. It just won't do it. So I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to close this and reopen it. Maybe close it again and then reload. Hello. Get a hit of Adam's attention. Okay, sure. We run the game. Save it. Everything's happy. Everything good. Go back to the graph. Yay, we're back. Okay. So it is taking up a bunch of extra texture memory, but I know what the solution is, but we're not going to solve it right now. That's the answer. So I'm going to go create a little to-do in my to-do list and find one that says scene graph and say, oh yeah, I've already got that there. Take it to code base and then decouple texture size from window size scale. Okay. Cool. So, I think for now we can just keep working on the game. Now, it's Friday. Weeks ago, I suggested we would do on Fridays work on a different game. But I think I'm in the groove now on locking in, so I'm just going to keep staying locked in. Any thoughts, any ideas I want to share before I jump straight into it? There's certainly like a bunch of stuff that I've been mulling over recently to do with like publisher relations. How much do you think you're done in terms of a 1.0 release percentage wise? I mean, the game, this is the thing, like, it is a V energy drink. Yeah, it's really good. I like them a lot. I shouldn't have them, but I like them. You've been influenced. All right. So to answer the question, I've been working on the game for 9 years now. And I would say almost all of that 9 years in the time I've been working on the game itself. Oh man, I really don't want that there in the frame. I'll just have to shuffle over. In that time, I would say like the vast majority. Let's try to go this way again. Can I maybe get this to like here, and then bring this forward, and then I can be in the center. In that time, I would say like all of the time, I've spent maybe like 9 months in a year working on the game for like 9 years. So you could call that 6 years, right? Or whatever, 7 years, 6 or 7. In that time, I feel really confidently that all of the time spent has contributed to the game's progress. Like it's getting closer to being releasable. And so when I weigh up all of the time that I spent on the project relative to how long it will take to finish, I feel like we're like at the 80% mark. But if we're just talking about how much of the game is playable in a way that looks like the finished product, that's more like 35%. So that's just what it looks like. I think the game, there were many years where I was like trying things and changing things, and the identity of the game didn't really take shape. And even in the last 2 years, I would say I still was refining the method that I used to build the game. Like, how do we structure our levels? What is the right way to make a space look interesting or tell a good story or have backtracking or unlock abilities, all of those things about, and then how do I structure that in the editor? I've been learning a lot of that stuff. And even today, now I'm still thinking a lot about tooling. You know, how do I minimize the time that it takes? Am I deving soon? Oh, am I Devin son? I am deving. We're Devin. Yeah, I still think a lot about how to minimize that. Like, how do I make everything take less time? It's tough. It's a really tough job. So, like, is this enough? I guess it's like it's pretty close. One thing that I wanted to do, I kind of want to be able to create like, let's call it like per week, maybe like probably somewhere between 20 and 40 depending on the week. I mean, I'm on stream 5 hours a day, so it's 20 on stream minimum, up to 40 if I have a lot of space to work on it, and then sometimes more. But I also do content creation. I've got the big YouTube channel, you know, like it's a lot of other things that are related to the business, but not directly on the game. So, okay. Yeah, is there an easy way to do this? I don't think so. I think I just have to do it. I think it's just, I have my tools and certainly I'd like to be able to like draw a box and have a level just exist there. The level templates feature is really cool for that. Maybe I could, I don't know if that's like possible to like press a button and have a level appear there. I don't really have the like logic set up for that. And even so, I still have to name them all, import them. I guess there are other things I could do, like generate the, in the scene meta, I have this option for like fixing a file. So let's just like pretend we're gonna make a new level. So like Nazo Masalia Dungeon. Masalia. Actually, a lot of these should be changed. A lot of the names of these. How easy is that to do? Okay, that seemed like it updated pretty easily. Armin doesn't have a pet, but you can pet animals. But he doesn't have one. Maybe he'll get one later. He's not a Disney princess though, unfortunately. He doesn't have like a gecko or a tiger or anything like that. That would be a cool... I mean, there is a puppy that you chase around in the first chapter. All right. So that's city center. I'll just make another one called like Masalia. And level gray box go. So when I do this, the scene meta has this add fixed current scene. I think I'll just do that. So in the scene meta window, add fix. I think anytime I'm going to do this, I think I just should say like add meta and just do it. Yeah, why even bother with a button? Just force it to try it. There must have been a reason why it didn't do that. Hello? Okay, there's definitely a reason why. Why is that a problem though? See if that works. Snapshot of scene metal. Still no good. Ah, we can do that at least. Now, I'm not double streaming, am I? I know that can happen. It happened last time. Let's go content live. We got 2 lives or 1 live? We got 1 live. We're all good. No, you. How do I manage it? There we go. Cool. Sorry, just fixing some stuff. Okay, so what's going wrong? Still no good. Okay, we got something here. Okay, so there is no snapshot right now. So if I take like the level scroll bounds and just like do a bit of wizardry and go back to the Insignia graph. Oh, of course not, because there is no graph. So if I go like, if I go here, that creates the snapshot and then it'll appear here. Okay, bool has preview. Okay, sweet. Hey, Tony Chopper, welcome. Okay, great. So that should save me a little bit of time. Another thing that I wanted to do was in the template, I noticed that I'm always doing the same thing in the level template. I'm always checking this button. So let's just start with it checked. I guess the problem is that I should actually do this and do. Oh, I see. That's why I can't press it. Ah, that's such a shame. So like this doesn't have a rule styling. So I can't convert this into tiles that you'll see in the preview, which means the only thing I can show you is this grid, which means I can't ignore it. But as soon as I style it, I have to ignore it. So like you can't even use this. And unfortunately, I don't think I can programmatically create a tiled file that has what I need. So for every map I create, I have to go here, open model, Control M, save, and then turn that off. For every level I want to make, I have to do that. And that gets me here at least. That's really tough. There's nothing I can do to beat that. I can't get around that. I can try to shift some of these things around. Like I can do this. I can put this at 0, 0, and I can snap to geometry. Or at least get it closer. And then this will be the template. And then I can put Armin closer. So if I do that, the next one I create will have this as the template. So that's okay. Okay, I think I just have to accept it. And the next thing is like, for my process when I do this, like, let's go into focus mode, but like how much should I be just creating random spaces like this versus actually stubbing it out? I think I have to create stubs that are motivated by story. So each of these exists. That's fine. These will be scenes. That's fine. I think there'll be a scene. There has to be at least one scene of the city. And then a scene of the tower. And then a scene from like outside the tower. I don't know why I feel this way, but I think it needs to be like this. So I'm just going to do it. Corridor template. Cell, yard, tower, outside. That's really city center. I mean, that's kind of what that is. But it's okay. Actually, let's call this city main street. That'll do me. Let's do that. Cool. Okay. Not important. So like, is that it then? Like, in terms of the stubs, can I actually just tell the whole story like this? I suppose in low detail I probably could. So then let's let you walk through it for chapter 3. Let's just go and do that. It's so scary, this process. It's like awkward. Like I actually have no idea how to do this. This is, yeah, it's a custom Unity editor with a, this is my game's world map. Like I kind of know how to do what I'm doing, but it doesn't feel right for some reason. It's just, it's almost like, what is the ugliest version that I can make the game's story take place in? But I think that's just what it has to be, really. So let's go. Let's just do it. Go, 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 go. So there's going to be like a cutscene, and then I can just put like a fake. I don't even have to put a door here. I suppose this is a scene where there will be a cutscene, but it won't be a scene with Armin in it. So how do I do it in this scene after Harriet, this one here? I actually would love to get... The thing is, this doesn't... Oh, it does have an engine. It just... Oh, and it has Armin in it. What the heck? Is there a platform? How does this work? Does he just fall? What's he standing on? Is there terrain? There is terrain. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought for sure I was like unloading the engine for this one. I think cutscene scenes like this shouldn't have Armin in them. I just don't know how to remove him. Like, it'd be great if I could just have a sort of like cutscene system. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there, because this is like, he's in the level, but he's never in the camera and he's locked. And the cutscene trigger happens when he loads into the scene, so it just runs. And the cutscene player, this thing, is going to expect him to be in the scene, and so does the game engine and the rest of it. So when I run this, I think for a flash we see the UI. Maybe that shouldn't, if in a perfect world we wouldn't do it that way. But there are other aspects to this, such as, like, well, first of all, I hate this. If I take this, scrolling camera boundary, scene graph bounds, I think I just want a thing called like custom camera bounds. Custom snapshot. Frame. And then literally just do box collider 2D. Not even. Let's make it a rect transform. Make it like 10 by 10. And then shrink that to where we want the camera to be. And that's literally going to be the camera boundary. So we have this What's it called? Scene graph bounds. Can I just do it here? Level bounds transform. There we go. Bro. Wait, what? Up on hill.scene graph. Yeah, what the hell? I thought I already did that. Okay. So that's literally it. It's literally that. Ah. There we go. Jesus. How many scripts does the game have? I don't know. Thousands. $1,500. That's not that many. I would have expected way more than that. I guess lines of code is in like the 50, 60, 100,000, something like that. Cool. That's better. But still not quite right. Right, that's why. Yay, it works. Amazing. Okay. Oh, that's sad. Can I, like, hide this? Can I make it go away? I wish that could be this snapshot. That looks much better. I think it is. I think it can be. It resized it, but it didn't remove the fader. That's it there. And then the problem is, when I save the scene, it's going to change it back. I don't think I can win there very easily. Because this fader, it's really crappy. It sucks. But I don't think there's an easy way to change it. Opacity. Does it set the color at the start? Yeah, see that base color? Base value is the canvas group to alpha or the sprite color alpha. So if I make this invisible just to get rid of it, it won't work. If I turn it off, maybe, I don't think turning it off is going to work. I don't think I want to assume that it's going to be off or on. Maybe if I call fade in, I turn it on. There's too many assumptions there. Unfortunately, I can't fix it. So we'll just have to accept it. Okay. Well, in the meantime, we are in the chapter here, the Nazo Road chapter. So the question is going to be, how do we control what Armin's doing in this scene? What's the official stance on how this should work? Hey, Debrisky. When did you feel like you had escape velocity in programming? We felt like you could make the game that you wanted from scratch. 2022 is the earliest time I think I would have had escape velocity. As a programmer, at least. Not as a designer, but as a programmer, 2022, I think I was on the path to teaching myself without making massive mistakes. But I'm paying for one of those mistakes now anyway, so at least it's an older mistake than 2022, or at least an unmade decision. So the question is, is there a way? Is there a context here where I would ever want the player character to be, I guess, in the scene? I suppose they can be in the scene, they just have to be off camera. That's just the way that it is. That must be it. So like, I'll take Armin and I'll put him off camera and I'll put a random piece of geometry. I think this is just maybe the way that it has to be. And I'll make the terrain ground. And I don't want to have to do this too much, but I think there's a point at which trying to solve every problem makes no sense. So like if I just take this and put it there, the way that I did it, this will always work. So you know, that's the camera. That's where it is. Why is it there and not where he is? Okay. Oh, because the camera scrolling bounds prohibit him from being there. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess the most obvious thing here is to just create the cutscene that plays here. So this kind of feels like it's maybe just a scene that plays for, I don't know, say 10 seconds at the end of the chapter before we fade out. Maybe that's it. Maybe there doesn't even need to be dialogue. So let's go do that. Yeah, I would say these days I would say it's a Metroidvania. I lean closer on just calling it action adventure, but broadly, you can call it a Metroidvania. You wouldn't be wrong today if you called it that. Okay, so, chapter 2 end sequence. Create a timeline at least. I don't think we really need to give it a flag. I mean, I'd be happy to just make one and call it chapter 2 complete. And then the next scene would be chapter 3 title. What is the difference between wait for timeline end and allow timeline to expire? Oh, I think I know what the difference is. It's all of that is true. Save that. And then... But is it a game? Good question. It's probably more of an adventure than a game. But since nobody uses that terminology, I'll call it a game. Why does he have to be on that scene? There are dependencies in every level that there is a player character in the level, and there's a bunch of scripts that rely on there being a player character. So if I was to take him out of the scene, the game would be like, where is he? Like, to know how the camera should be moving, to know anything about anything, there's just a bunch of expectation that there is a player character in there. So here's the sequence. It's got a player. The player has a collider. That collider is a trigger, and the collider is going to go right there. And then we have the timeline here. So we should have a camera in the timeline. There's our cutscene camera. We need a shot track. Camera, shot track, camera, shot track. Take that, put that there, create a shot clip. And then 5 seconds is fine. So then we need 2 virtual camera points for that. Two of these. Let's push this up here at 0, 0. And let's bring the camera, everything there, except let's bring this down to there. This way we can have our virtual camera set up correctly. Now, that seems to be handling that just fine. So I'll treat it like there's just 2 cameras and we'll just move between them. So the first thing we want to do is start here. So 1 is here, 2 is dead center, 3 is off screen, back that way. And these should be even. So let's make it 4 and let's make it 5 and -5. I'll tell you what, Deltarune has Undertale as a parent game, and everybody who played Undertale already knows they like Deltarune. So when Deltarune comes out, you sort of, one, you know that you're interested in playing all of it. 2, when it ends, you're not going to go, oh, that's enough for me, because you're so, it's like there's so much that you've already kind of invested in that it's not really a problem. Whereas for me, the game has much more of a mechanical arc to it. So you have to learn how the game works. You have to you have an inventory and equipment and items and things that are growing across those 5 chapters. So if I split it, you would have to restart the game every time. I would have to let people play the game who could you buy chapter 2 and not chapter 1? Or if I wanted it to just be a early access thing, maybe we could do that, but it's kind of messy. I don't know, maybe that's the right way to go, but it's hard. Especially for something that's my business. It's really hard for me to justify that. It's a big risk. It's less of a risk with Toby. And I'm also not the kind of guy who could accept the game I don't think for me, I could ever accept the game being just one part. I would never release part 1 and just let that be the whole thing. I just couldn't do it. That's cool. Okay, so what didn't work there? I think the camera, almost like we needed it to move slower. It was kind of awkward. The alternative to this is to not use cameras for this, but to use Ilya. So I could literally just, well, I could do this, add an animation track, record it, and just start her off at 0, 0 there, -2 here. I don't know why it won't let me do that. Cool, that'll work. So we get sweet. Did I think to join GMTK Jam? I mean, I don't know. It's not my focus right now. I'd actually love to take this convert it to a clip track, take it, copy it, paste it, take all of this, delete, take all of this, delete, shrink this to here, delete that, shrink it to here, delete that, shrink it to there, bring this over to here. Now we have 2 clips. So we have in and we have out. Your brain keeps telling you that I'm Arab. Maybe my surname. My background is Arab speaking. Yunus is it's an Arabic name. Yeah, still haven't solved it. Haven't cracked it yet, but that's okay. We'll get there. Almost. That's beautiful back there. Let's make that a little bit closer, 90. So we get a bit of parallax on it. Maybe like even like 70. Maybe like 20. Let's see what happens. Nope. Didn't work. But if I take this motion target and make it the scroll anchor, that might work. It does work. Cool. So this is going to be infinite loop and maybe invert as well. That's right. I just think we need to make it like 70 again. Yeah, cool. And then lift it up. And then like 80. Sweet. And then back to 90, I think. Even like 98, 95. Nope. 99. It's still moving so much. What is that? Like it's right at the back of where the camera can look, so it shouldn't be moving any further than that. Goes 100 is the far plane. Okay, then I guess we don't do that. Hey, Ryan. Okay, so same as last time. I kind of need to do essentially the same cutscene even. So this is chapter 3, Nazo on the run, and it is on the run 1. So it's a new timeline for this. Save it, put it in the scene. There it is. Validate, add camera, go for it. And then we can take Armin and send him down into the nether. And then create an empty game object called terrain. Put it on Collider 2D. Make it ground. And then here's our cutscene, but we need it to be offset so that we touch it. And then this is on trigger, enter. Yes. Wait for timeline end, lone scene. Call it that. And then prevent. I think that's okay. So then we go to which scene? The camp scene. Which is called Ilya's camp. It should be called that, but it's actually not called that. It's called Nazo Lee. Which is fine. So that's going to go from this scene to this scene. And then if I check my timeline, there it is. The characters have some dialogue. I guess we just fade in slow on this one. Yep. Great. Fade that out at the end. Two. Give that a little bit of a break. Like that. Cool. Hey, Calamity. How's it going? Yay. Chapter 3. It's real. It's a real game. It's starting. I'm going strong. Okay, so chapter 2 end is here. Chapter 3 begin is here. Chapter 3 title screen is here. Save that. Sorry to hear about that. Okay, so this scene, gosh, I don't even know how to do this because the previous title screen thing that I had in the past behaved. Oh, that's not what I expected. Hello? What? Excuse me. Whoa. Oh, I know what's happening. Create empty. Snapshotter. Put that there. Put that there. Save it. Back out. Save it. And then that becomes that. Solved. Okay. Same thing here. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, that's not right. You need to be 1 by 1. Save that. And then this becomes not 41 by 41 for sure. There we go. 6 by 3. Perfect. Cool. Hey, Kenji Mari. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Okay. So we need chapter 2 title, which chapter 1 title looks like this, and I hate it. So chapter 2 title should look different in how it works. I'm pretty sure I was unloading Armin from these scenes, at least one of these. This Emperor dialogue. Wow, he's actually in this one too. Whoa, that didn't work. Yeah. What even runs this script? Oh, that's quite interesting. It's like an empty condition. It just says play it no matter what. I see. That's pretty cute. But I'm almost certain that when we finish this cutscene, well, the thing is, Armin's here as well. So what can be said about that? I don't think I'm ever unloading the engine when we do this. When we go to After Harriet cutscene, there is no dismantle engine. I guess I just don't have those anymore. I don't remember making that decision. I was sure there were some scenes where there was no engine. Will it release soon? I wouldn't bet on it. So like this scene is a system scene. There's no engine in this scene. And this is what I would expect. There's no HUD, there's no nothing. It's like an empty scene. There's nothing going on except the cutscene, which isn't really even a cutscene. It's just a title. It's just like a thing that happens with like a timeline. If that, I don't even think there is. There's not even a timeline. It's just like a thing called chapter card. It doesn't even have a playable director attached. So how does this even know what to do? The room? Does the room just move? What's even moving? It's literally the card that moves left to right. And it's just got this clip on it, where it just goes left to right. We can't have that. But I don't know if we can have anything else either. That sucks. I think we don't need to solve this right now. I think we just need to have something. So at this point, we don't even have one for chapter 2. We just keep going into the next part of the game. So I think I'm just going to take that same approach for this one here. We're just going to go straight to the lee. Just change it. That goes to the lee, but this one here goes to the title, and it instead should go to road 2. Okay. Just make our lives a bit easier, shall we? We don't need to solve the chapter title right now. So, that shouldn't do that. Where were we? Why didn't that work? I picked the wrong cutscene. Okay. Yes, yes. And then here. Yep. Yep. Cool. I just realized something. I think it's too slow. It's so weird because it's the first thing that we trigger. He kind of just waits for ages. And this thing here loops. It's only got 1 frame in it anyway. So then go to here, 1 frame, then finish. You could say that's so annoying that it doesn't actually do that. What the hell? What the hell's that all about? Going haywire today. It's better. Way better. One more time. Sweet. We could put could do this instead. I liked it the way it was. Even if it's a little anticlimactic. All right, let me read some chat. I read from a comment on YouTube saying that you're self-taught. So is the same thing even with learning game design? Well, I was a user experience designer before that. So I designed apps and websites and that kind of thing in an agency. And I shifted over to game design. So in that sense, yes, I am self-taught, but up to how you want to think about it. Like when I was in high school, I picked art as an elective. Does that mean I'm self-taught as an artist or I had a teacher? I was drawing before that. So did they teach me or was I already learning? You know? I think like a lot of these skills are life skills. They're not skills that you just like someone teaches you how to make a game and now you know how to make a game. It's like you spend 30 years learning to make a game or to draw a picture or to animate and then you keep learning. So that's how I see it. There were some times where I got a bit of help or a nudge in the right direction, but no one sat down and taught me how to do anything. I attended a lecture for programming, you know, a few lectures, but I didn't have like a tutor. And so you could learn exactly the way I did just by going online and watching a lecture from like MIT or something. I think they're free on like computer science. And I didn't do a computer science degree. I did like a design degree that had some computer science elements in it. But most of that was self-directed as well. All right. So load in, do that, come here. There's something else that's not right, which is the lighting in this scene. don't like how harsh that cuts in. I think that's okay. We'll leave it as that for now. And then what do we do? So save that. Gameplay, blah, blah, blah. Final boss. That's how did you know? How did you guess that? I have to get these scenes that aren't in the actual plan out of here. It's too... It like screws with my head. Even like this one, like it looks so big and then... Really, it's more like... If that, you know? It's actually this level is too big. And even then, it won't even be this tile set after a while. Crop to selection, save it, 0, 0. Maybe make it so it's like that, save it, crop to geometry. Snap back to geometry. Well, there goes geometry. All right. Cool. So now I've got all this space that I didn't have before. Would I go into teaching? I actually love to teach. I would love to be a teacher. Okay, so we need like I've got like a number of scenes that we could use as these like automotive scenes. I don't know if I'll use them, but I might just bring it in anyway, just something for the sake of it. Or maybe I'll actually put it here. That's kind of interesting. Yeah. Okay, I'll make a new level here and put it there. So scene template, it's we'll call it level template scene, gray box, table, lands, scrolling, scene. And then pop that in there, save it, open model, go like that, make this go away, save it, go here, bring it in, that's fine. This goes like here. I don't even know how we're going to use this, but I've got it, so I might as well. This is a bunch of parallax by depth, automotive, yes. And then we need an anchor, which is going to be right. We'll call it there. That should be 0 though. Okay, well, what can I do? 5. -5. -4. And then all of these use that as the scroll anchor. We press play. We see nothing. Okay. What is that? What is that? Maybe we don't do this. Okay. But I need that, I know what I'm missing. There's a script, not in this scene, but the next one. That is the thing that moves, motion target. What? Okay. Don't really know what to do with this scene, but it's here and that's fine. No complaining. I might even see if I can use the... Good. Okay. Next, we're going to create at least one scene here that is I guess it's a corridor template scene, and it's land intersection. I don't know what to call this. So outskirts. Sure. Hey, thanks for the emotes. Whoever's emoting on YouTube, welcome. Sorry for how slow this part can take. I guess like it feels really slow and boring, but actually like this is going to be like 0.01% of the game in terms of development time. So it just feels boring to do. It's not as fun as automating it, but like it's proportionately not going to take up any time at all. So I should just be okay with that. Okay. So, I suppose from here we could just like, well, I don't even know what I'm going to do with it, but we could just put these levels here like this, put story there, gameplay here, and then I guess this scene could technically go here. There could be a moment here actually that where we put an intersection here that goes up. No, that doesn't really work. We're so far away east at that point. But not really. I mean, in the game world, it's so interesting. So like in the world map of the game in my head, there are a couple ways to think about where this is taking place right now. So like here is where we are on the map right now in the level that I'm in, which is technically going north from where we left. But I've got it laid out so that this is like here essentially. Like we're tracking back this way. Maybe I should represent it that way in the game. Like technically, a lot of this stuff is up in terms of like north, south, east, west. And then it goes east. Interesting. I mean, hypothetically, we could even stack it. We could even go like that if we wanted. And have this, like, we're actually fleeing out of the city this way. And then put this there. That's another way to think about it. And then your brain goes, what's going to happen here, right? There's like a big empty space where you definitely think there's going to be content here. DLC. And then this can go like here. Man, that really compresses the game world quite a lot. And I think actually, you know, there's even a case to be made for like a lot of this space being compressed down in a different way. Like maybe chapter 2 could be here. Oh, that didn't look good. Hang on. Excuse me. You. Everyone coming with me? I could put these like, you know, down here, hypothetically. There's no reason chapter 2 couldn't fall back that way. Then we bring chapter 3 over here. Chapter 4 ends up being like over here. I did want to put content that goes from 4 to 2 and 3 to 1. So that would make a really good spot for that to go there. I see it. I see it. Okay. I mean, if I go to like just a random scene, let's go here and go game complete, and we go here and say unlock everything, save it, run it. That's the game map. So it's chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. That's more manageable, I think. I think we even have more room to keep going. Could compress them even more closely. Like this line is cheating, really. It doesn't really look like that. As long as these two overlap at all, the line will go where it goes. So we could push it all the way to like that if we want. Put that like there. Put this like here. Well, technically there's going to be a ton of scenes down here. It's going to be like a whole zone, a gameplay zone there. I like it. Honestly, I could see it. I'm going to have to like sincerely do something with all this, or the way that this is presented. I love it, but like, would you want to look at a map like this? Maybe you would. Maybe you would. I do think this can go there. This line I want to be a big line, and that line I want to be a big line. You would. Honestly, I even think we could do something like this. We take this up here, that up there, bring this sitting literally like right over the top, and then push this all the way back to there, and then push this all the way back to there. The denser the better. Sweet. Okay. So let's keep going. I want to do, I guess there's going to be, You have to unlock an ability here. I mean, we've already drawn it up over in this scene. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically. Desert, canyon, desert. We'll see about that. This is just in my brain. It's just, this is the Nausicaa scene. And then this becomes outskirts farmland, and then we have kind of like all the underground bits. And I do expect there to be at least 4 scenes here. So let's just put them in and be done with it, shall we? Now, first question. Is this a 32 or a 16 tile set? I think it's a 16. That is certainly 16. So we're going to have to change that. We have a Sheridan Cave 32, a Prototype 32, and then Golden is 32. This is 32 as well, but I haven't updated that. Okay. A few more tile sets to create. So let's just grey box it out. Grey box, corridor is fine. Underground, Nazo, underground 2. Nazo speed, underground 2. Naso for speed. Porsche Unleashed. Okay, more. Another one. Four of them. Let's go. Come on. 1, 2, 3. And I do want to connect these two by something in the middle, but we'll get back to that later. Another one. 4. Dum, dum. Hello? Unity has stopped responding. Okay, we're back. All right. It's starting to fill up very quickly. That's good. And then we need another crucible here. Can I do this? I hope I can. No, so I guess we'll call it crucible. Naso trial 2. Create. Sweet. That actually totally worked. I got some, man, I do have some good tools. I'm sure this would be even easier if I was like making my own engine. Making my own engine. Like Billy Basso or something like that. But still, it fascinates me that I can just create a Unity scene with the tile set that I want as a template, just like that. That makes me very happy. Like, this is so far away from where I started. It's very good. It feels good. And I know it could be faster. If I made my own engine, this could be so fast. But to the extent that I have it right now, I'm pretty happy with it. Like, I'm just populating a game right now with like a dozen levels today we just dropped in. Now, why does that fail? Okay, good. Oh, was I in the wrong? I don't think so. I think I'm in the right place. Good. 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 Nice. Way less screwing around. Okay. So that's that. And if I go back to this scene, run it, map it, open. I don't see him yet. Must be missing one. Still no good. What the heck? Maybe I have to save the graph. No, it's because I haven't visited those scenes technically. So if I go to game engine, inspector, game complete, unlock everything, save it, close it, run it, map it, done. Okay. Okay. One, two, three, four, and then desert pickup point caravan. I'm not sure about that. There's caravan. This, I guess one more. I would want to connect these scenes and have this one map back to something like this. We can figure that out. But let's just say there's like another one here. So I'll just make another one and call it. Well, it should map to this. I'll put another door here. I should just rename this like level door. And then I'll never have to, I'll just search level door and it'll always be right. Okay, so this can go down to wherever. And then, or maybe it should be like, doesn't really matter, does it? We still need a scene here because it's not that next. So unless we get there early and the train doesn't arrive yet. The farm could be on the outskirts of the port. Of the train stop. That's actually not a bad idea. Okay, maybe I'll do that. And then we'll do one more scene for... This could be like a small town little area. Okay. Still need one more level here. Caravan station. Outskirts. Outskirts station. There we go. I have to keep reminding myself that, like, even if this is completely wrong, it's still, I need to do this to get to what's right. Like, there needs to be something in here that's filled in that looks like a thing for me to even walk through the game and say, oh, wouldn't it be better if this? Otherwise, I'm just speculating. And I've been speculating for like, literally, like, I don't know, years now. Literally, it's actually better to iterate than to overthink. Even just now, like, I could not have made this decision about the geometry of this level, which I just did on a whim, if I hadn't already, like, started with something. Crazy what you just sort of learn just by, like, just do it, you know? It's also very frustrating because I'm the kind of guy who likes to solve things first. I just didn't have a workflow. I just wasn't, like, in a mindset to build the thing. Maybe because I wasn't personally comfortable. There's probably no right answer to that, but... Now at least I can do... Whoop, that didn't look good. Okay, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to get out of here, buddy. Is there a shortcut? I need to know. Is there a shortcut to toggling a game object? Alt-Shift-A? No. No. I'm just getting lied to by Google. Alt-Shift-A? Really? Alt-Shift-A. That's not what that does to me. I'm pressing it. It's not doing it. Yeah. Where's shortcuts? Oh, it literally just did it then. While this is open, it's doing it. Okay, well, now it works. I was literally just pressing it. Okay, so back to where we just were. We're here. Go through. Maybe I had something else selected, and we're on. Okay. Chapter 3, that's right. So what's next? It's now possible to walk maybe through chapter 2, through chapter 3. So, da-da-da-da, good. Do this, right? Do that, do this. That's not connected. It should be. Looks good to me. Does this not have a scene meta? Oops. Hang on. Okay. Hello? I don't know what's happening. It's not an unload engine scene. Why does that happen? Very strange. Okay. Oh, because there's no scene meta yet. Hang on. Did that just happen to me again? It's going to close it. Start it again. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Still no. I don't trust that. I mean, that should not be a problem. If there's no sound effect state, then it's no big deal. But here it actually does come up as a problem. It's throwing an error. That'll fix it, but it makes me upset that it's like that. Hey, Kyle. Did I? A coffee shout out? I got some right here. This is the Cozy Coding Hour version of the Primogen's coffee brand, and I did the art for it. They gave me like 8 boxes of the stuff. I guess as payment. The SSH coffee, exactly. Chat, don't tell them I don't drink coffee. I'm gonna start. I have to. I have no other way of getting rid of all this coffee. Okay. So, look at the size of chapter 3 already. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Don't you dare. Don't you dare snitch on me. Snitch equals... Snitches get bans. And stitches. Okay. Don't tell them I drink energy drinks. That's where I source my caffeine. All right. So what are we doing? We got so let's do that again. Let's walk from here. Great. Amazing. Board the train, all aboard. We're playing. We're making it happen. Running around. Hey, Halbjorn, thank you so much. Chat with you for a bit. Man, we're making good progress. And I think it's time to start mapping out the train at this point. Maybe what I'll do is put the door here. There's another door there. And I'll open that one up. And this will be the door to get off. So that's a neutral door, archway door. Perfect. I don't know why it's behind. I could put it in front. Cool. And then, oh, I made a mistake. Copy that door. Copy that door. This one is a west-facing door. That has no appearance. Save it. It connects to that, but also this door doesn't exist after that. So I disable it, meaning when you go from here, you can enter it, you're on the train, but you can't exit that way. Then later, this is how we exit over to this scene at the Oasis, but there's no door here, so let's add a door. Really should be called level door, shouldn't it? Okay. Two of them. And then this is going to connect to that connects to that. Save that. In multiverse theory, there's a version of me that never makes typos. Well, I don't really think about that, no. Not really. Okay. Two more of these. One of them's up here. Other one's, I guess, here. This one connects to that. This one connects to this. We've got another door. We've got to drop in here. And another one. One, two. Did I screw up? No, that's at 0, 0. That's at 0, 0. That's at 0, 0, which means the door is there. So I don't know what this thing's doing. But anyway. Where are they? Bro. I'm sure they're not offset. I'm sure they're exactly where they need to be. No, this is mine. This is like part of Insignia. Unity doesn't have that. That's proprietary fanciness. I just don't know why that's like that. Let me close it and open it again. Okay, well now it's working. Click, 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 click. Snap back to geometry. Well, there goes something. We back. Okay. All right. And then boss fight. It's actually so annoying that I can't force refresh the ports correctly for some reason. It just does not, it will not accept it. What is here? Oh, okay, that's background. Literally have to close it and reopen it. We got to fix that. So now you really should be able to move like through the whole game. Actually, what I could do FF12, that's interesting. I guess there's a lot of desert in that game. All right, can we walk through all of chapter 3 right now? How far can I get? I created the Insignia graph with a friend of the stream. I made the first 2 versions and then he did version 3. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba. Train stuff, do all this. Talk to him. Get out of there. Come back over this way. Exit. Fight scene. Prison. Get out of there. Stow away at night. Make it here. Do that. Oh, we finally found a snag we couldn't cross. Pretty good. Pretty good start. Try again. Yep. Yep. Getting pretty late in the piece here. Oh. It's not connected. I mean, that's where the door is, bro. That's a nice way to fix that. Just delete it, reopen it. Sweet. Hooray. Okay. Another door here just for funsies so we can get to chapter 4. Jesus. All right, I guess I need another scene template. Template scene gray box. Chapter 4 start. We call this Ustawick. East Desert Edge. Limits. So technically, I don't even think I can do this. I might not be able to make it work. Hang on, I'll bring it closer so I can do that. And then we do that. Wow. All the way to Hana's shop. Used to be called Kenji. Now his name's Hana. Okay. Alrighty. This needs to go into the gray box space. So drag it into gray box, save it, close it. Open it. Now we can do this. Save it. Add a boolean called unity.ignore, set it to true, save it. Now we're here. And there they are. Okay, delete this, grab this. There. Everything else is great. Reset the position of this. Save that. Snap to geometry. Beautiful, beautiful. Close, open, save it. Marvelous. Probably could make it a little bigger. I'd also want the scene to be a bit smaller. Let's bring the camera in a little. Okay. Beautiful. Let's go to this scene. Now this is Osterwick. And hey, Anagree says, sorry to bother you, but are you willing to try my game? We usually do subscriptions. I mean, we usually do channel points for reviews, and I'm not doing reviews at the moment. I'm sorry. I'm kind of a little bit, I don't know, kind of too invested in the current sprint that I'm working on. I do sometimes do like off-screen consultations, if that's something you're super interested in. No worries. What? I have to remember to blink. Oh my gosh. Okay, we are so incredibly locked in right now, chat. This is crazy stuff. So I've been working on this game, Insignia, for like 9 years. I have another game that I've sort of dabbled with that's like a fighting game. And I've made a mobile game in the past. But I'm not really working on those right now. As far as Mordoria, Towers of Mordoria, which is Prime's game, that's up to them. I know he is still working on it. He's working on it in Odin at the moment. I don't know why they chose to build it in Odin. I think he's just tooling around with the engine. I mean, with the language. So that's like that's just what he's doing. But if he asked me to, like, I'd probably get back on Mordoria with him. If they wanted to do another session, like I could spend a week with them or whatever. But I don't think there's anything like hard planned. Mostly because like games are like two things. It's like a hobby project thing that you start. And then they become like, at a certain point, they become like a thing you want to release. And the distance between those two things is so great that you can get pretty far, have fun, learn a lot, and then go, but I don't necessarily want to ship this. So I think they're at that point there. And when it comes to like shipping Towers of Mordoria, it has to be like a good game. And there's a lot of work that's not necessarily going to solve your curiosity, when you do that. So, it has to be balanced. It has to be polished. It has to be fun. It has to have, reasons for people to play it. You need to market it. There's like a business case there as well that I wouldn't hold it against him if he decided he didn't want to pursue it all the way. But that's up to him. I think if he wasn't going to do much else with it, I think he probably would have just distributed it somewhere by now. It's the fact that he hasn't that makes me think he actually probably still wants to do more with it. So, I don't know. You can never say never. but I'm not really across it. Like, I'm speculating at the moment. Okay. What am I working on? The goal? I am filling out the map of my game. So for like, I don't know, 3 years, the game only was this. And then like a year later, I put half of this in here. And then for like the last 4 years, there was no more content than this. A couple of scenes here as well, and 1 or 2 scenes here. And in the last day, I've added all of this and half of this. So just in terms of like composing the map properly that the game is going to go in, that's what I've been working on. Yeah, I mean, I've got writing for what happens in all of this space, and I've got like, the problem is all of this is informed by, like, in this case, like there's an ability that you unlock here, right? So the enemies that go here and the level design is based on the ability that you get. And all the extra scenes that are going to go between these and, you know, into the background and into the, like, secrets, that's all stuff that's like secondary to the story and the fact that you're heading east and the ability that you unlock here. So it's like, I have to put in a bunch of stubs first of just like, there is space here. And then you can start deepening it and shaping it and molding it once I know exactly what I'm doing with it. So I have had like a script for a long time, but that script is just text, right? So I knew what was going to happen broadly. I know what's happening in the story, but in terms of like taking this to a publisher and saying, hey, like, I want to make this, here's how much money it's going to cost. I can't even do that unless I have the levels to count. Like, okay, well, there needs to be at least, you know, 3 levels here. It's probably going to be more like 6, you know, another couple here. Okay, how many hours of background art is someone going to have to produce for that? How many enemies occupy this space? You know, if I look at this and I count, okay, there's 6 in this level. In this chapter, there's 8 different kinds of enemies. So in this chapter, there'll be another 8 and 3 of them will be here, you know, stuff like that. You can't really do that if there's no space to look at. So just to help me even understand what I'm doing, I mean, it's at some point the map has to exist. So today's the day. Now, let's keep going, I guess. I mean, like, why even stop here? I probably should just do a commit first because I just added like 20 scenes to the game, so. This is a custom script that I call hierarchy processor. And it's this asset modification processor. And on will save assets, I think this is where it does it. So you can write a script here that will effectively inject a bunch of like logic into the hierarchy. And in this case, I'm just like stamping in icons and sorting things and arranging them and that kind of thing. Yeah, Insignia is a big project, man. So like if I go over to here and I press reset, unlock everything, save it. When I go to here, like you will start the game here. And like, this is the game, all of the level geometry. This is the first chapter. There's backtracking in this too. Then you'll go to chapter 2 and you'll go all through here. You'll do all this. There's the town, second town of the game. Dungeon under here. All this. That's 2/5 of the game. Boss fight here. End of the chapter here. Then you come all the way up here. Chapter 3 starts. Do all of this. Go all through here. This is another town. Another dungeon in an ancient city. Chapter 4, all through here. This will be another, like, multiply this by 4. Go through all there. There's a boss fight here. It's a short chapter. And then zoom out. A bunch of levels get created here. A bunch of levels get created here. A bunch of levels get created here. And a bunch of levels get created here for chapter 5. And then the final boss is up here. So like, it's a big game for sure. I need a way to like zoom out one level further so you can see the whole world. But we'll figure out how to do that later. There's a final line. I mean, like, I know I'm doing it today, like in terms of blocking it in. Like I kind of know the spaces, and I've got different versions of what this looks like. So like there are these concepts. So like that's the like chapter 5 ending set. Like I know there's maybe 2 or 3 levels that go up this way. I know there's like a bit of a sort of dungeony linear experience here. Then there's a town where you do a boss fight. It's not really a town, but like an arena. Big staircase, hallway, throne room, final fight. Like I know that's what it is. There's no plan for anything else outside of here. I don't have any ideas for that. There might be like, I don't know. There's like, technically there's a place here, like a city where people live, but that's not really featured in the story. I could like drop a cutscene that happens there or something, but I don't need it. This is chapter 4, and I've already just blocked in like 3 or 4 scenes that represent this set of like 10. So like currently that's like just this, but you can see here I'm sort of like expecting it to be more than that. I wonder if we counted this, how many we actually end up with. Almost 270 is what we've got right now. But if you go to like Mina the Hollower map, It's 1700 screens. So my levels are bigger than Mina's screens, but still. I bet we could do a similar thing with Mina that I just did for Insignia. Like, look at the size of this thing. It's huge. It's not that different. I think Mina's bigger. I'll be honest. I think Mina is bigger than Insignia. By like quite a lot, actually. Or maybe not. We'll see. I have to load in all the images first. And there's underground sections, and there's so much here. Mina is actually finished. Dude, I'm actually so jealous of how tight that game is in terms of its like the fact that you can make a level out of a bunch of tiles like this and just go, well, that's the level. Like that makes me jealous. Like this would have taken how long to make, you know, and so much reuse. You get to reuse these tiles so frequently. Whereas so much of my art is custom art. But I would say, like, in Insignia, this would be sort of like that would be chapter, maybe this would be chapter 1 if I just let it block out. It's kind of, I mean... But this doesn't really do it justice, I don't think. Nah, this is bigger. I mean, like, that's a screen there. That's a level. That would be an Insignia scene right there. I think Mina's bigger by a lot. Like maybe 1.5x or 2x. Nah, but I really think like I should have made something like that. When I look at the game, I should have made something Undertale or Mina level, like NES, not SNES, you know? That would have, I probably could have finished it in, like I could have probably finished it myself in 10 years with no help, no animators, nothing. You know, like if this is like, I need a team of 15 people to help me. Like I need Yacht Club to come in for 2 years to help me finish it. UT. Undertale. I mean, what, Atari? What would you call Undertale? It's got a lot of like NES level graphics. It's not really above that. Right? We're not talking about like the most you can do with it. Just like what the average, like that is like, it's not about like resolution. It's just about like asset density. I don't think so. Maybe like a scene like this definitely would be, I mean, but even like there are Shovel Knight scenes that look like this. Like this is supposed to be NES. I'm really talking about like the amount of, I suppose I would say, like art density, like how, what the amount of detail in a specific scene. Like this is not more detailed than yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like most of these assets are like 2 colors. Like half of this scene is like 2 colors. I'm not talking about like literally. I'm just talking about like the amount of time it would take to draw the assets for this is higher than the amount of time it would take to draw the assets for this, in my opinion. Like the level of actual like detailing and what you'd expect in a scene like that. This is very detailed for any game. And it's like, even if it's tiles, it presents as a giant asset. Like Undertale doesn't really have like big hyper detailed assets like that. That's all I'm really saying. Like maybe you could think of this as being it, but even look at the like it's like 3 colors tops in any one area, which is not like this. Like this is way denser. Like that is like 10 times as long it would take. Anyway, you get my point. That's all I'm saying. Yo, thanks for the sub. I'm saying if I had... Yeah, but Flowey isn't even... Like, you're not really taking what I'm saying. Oh, this Omega Flowey? Is that what we're talking about? This is not... If I can be real for a sec, this is not like consistent with what the game looks like across the game. If this is like, I haven't even got to this part. Is this in the game? If it is, it's like an exception, not the rule. Anyway, point is, you get my point. That's it. So anyway. Okay. Maybe we'll just... take a break and be back in a bit, okay? Yo, we're back. Okay, we're making some good progress, chat. We're making good progress. It's scary. It scares me a little bit, but I like it. All right. Let's look at I guess chapter 5. Screw it. Let's just do it. Oh my god. I'm getting scared. Why am I scared? It's like a food reviewer. Why am I so scared right now? Okay. The King's... I don't want to call it King's Road, but I really want to call it King's Road. King's Way. There we go. No, like, it's like, it feels like I'm crossing a threshold that has been only an idea in my mind for the last, I don't know how many years. I mean, it's probably fine. You probably won't recognize anything here as a spoiler. It's just space right now. There's no like art style. There's nothing here. It's just space at the moment. No, the game is not done. No, I'm literally just mocking up space for the next 3 chapters. It's not done. It's not even... Don't even talk like that. Years away. Games take longer than that. Okay, this goes there, that goes there, save that, pop that. Hey Tiffany, no, I'm just working on my game, which includes a level editor that I'm working on. Well, working with. I'm not making the level editor. But the editor does have an auto tiling system. Okay. So I now need, yeah, it's this, which goes all the way to there. But in this scene, it needs to be disabled. Good. Because it's not ready yet. Crazy. I realized that's okay. 大丈夫です。はじめまして。All right. And then, whoop, whoop. No, this is Unity, not Unreal Engine. So what's next? I guess augury, auger guard. Yep. Okay. Hajime. Okay. Yeah, I love Japan. Olga staircase. Yeah, okay. Whew. Okay. Working on a map for my game, filling it out. This is the Insignia graph. Is it for documentation? Is it a custom thing on top of Unity's? Yeah, it's custom. So it's not for documentation. This is the world map of my game. Like this, these are the levels. If I click on them, they go to the scenes and I'm in the scene. So that's literally, it is the game. It's not for documenting the game. And if I go to the map, it also is this map in the game. So if I go somewhere where I've unlocked everything, like here, this is the in-game map. So today I'm blocking in all of these little levels, these squares. Those are going to be full levels later. But for now, I just need them to be there as like things to link between so that I can run through the game world and start dropping the story in. So I just put this in the game just now, and this one like 2 minutes ago. So they don't look like much now, but they will hopefully when they're done. It's a lot of work. I mean, obviously it's a lot of stuff to do. Hey Lathe. Must be just after 4:30. How you doing? Yeah, doing well. Busy at the moment. Just map crop to selection. Just working on the rest of the game, actually. Just working on the Insignia map. Filling in all of the scenes that are going to be in the game. Tiled for the levels, yep. Yeah, we're almost there. I mean, we've almost got the whole map locked out now. Scene template, level template, final encounter. I just created a scene where the final boss is going to go. Chills. Tears in my eyes. Why don't we just do it? Just for you, chat. I'll give you a little bit of a sneak peek at what this is. You can guess. Defected banana. All right. I don't know why sometimes Snap to Geometry works exactly how I would want it to, and sometimes it just doesn't do anything. I don't know what it is about it that's not functional. Even just then, like, why didn't you just do what I told you to do? There we go. I might even push the right edge down a little just so we can get the bottom of that in the preview. Cool. my mouse at the moment. This is no good. No. This is not AI game dev, no. This is hand-rolled game dev. This is OG game dev. This is DIY game dev. Hello. I am recording. Okay. Did all of these scenes import correctly? Let's find out. Back to here. Back to here. Back to here. Reset, unlock, save, play, go. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Looks good. Okay. That's chapter 5. Still going to be some scenes here and here and here. 1, 2, 3 extra areas that you will be able to reach in chapter 5, but not before that. But they're near the other chapters. It's the end game. So we'll get to that later. There'll be a dungeon here, so let's do that. Yeah, sure. Okay. I don't really know what's happening in this scene, so I'll just leave it be. There'll be at least 3 scenes here, so let's just work with that assumption. Oh boy. I hope this strategy pays off because the whole game is built this way. How big are these files? They can't be that big, right? It must be like, oh, they're kilobytes big. It's no big deal. 6 kilobytes is tiny. The scenes being like this is going to make this game take genuinely, every time I want to export it, it's going to take like 20 minutes just because of how many scenes there are, not because of like them being very dense or big or anything like that. It's just purely because the geometry is locked inside of a file that needs to be opened, closed, opened, closed, opened, closed, because it's all serialized data files. If not for that, this could have been a much faster game. 2 more. Connect, connect. East. Didn't let me connect it. There we go. Not to render out the previews, to export the game, to build the game. Hey, Joraseppo. I did build it, yeah. I was hoping to release it on the asset store at some point. Maybe I will still, but it's not my priority right now. And then there'll be one more. Hello. Do you just code to a spark of an idea and let the gameplay and adventure change and mature as you move along world building, or do you already know upfront the end game? I feel like there's a couple of different questions there. I can answer both of them. Just give me a sec. I will put this door here, but I don't think I need it. I think I just want to be able to draw the line, really. No, I'll leave it out. It's fine. Okay, now adds many scenes. How big are the files themselves? That's the other question. How big is a Unity file? I never really check these things. Oh, again, it's kilobytes. Great. Okay. Push that. Okay, so your question, is it Unity version control or Git? This is Git. Do you just code to a spark of an idea? So what I do, what I did for this game, it's a little bit, I mean, it makes sense to me. I'm not sure if it would make sense to anybody else, but I started with like a sketchbook and I just had a character and a world and an idea about an action game where that character would live. That was the first thing that happened. I just had this sort of idea. And then I wrote the story around that character, the world, the places that you go, the general magic system and the lore, as if I was writing a book. At that point, it could be a book, it could be a movie, it could be a TV show. There's no difference because it's all the same planning. Around the same time, I started a Unity project and started making things in Unity for an action game. Running around, going through doors, talking to NPCs, combat, inventory, quests. And I got to a certain point where but those two things were in parallel and then they needed to become one thing. And that phase took me like 3 years of figuring out like, okay, what do you actually do in this game that's different to any other game? Like what's the core mechanic? Like all of that thinking usually comes at the beginning of a project. If you were just making a game as in a game jam or something, you would start with what's a unique thing we could do in the game. But I started with the world. At a certain point, when you start with a world and a lore and do the magic system and stuff, you don't know that's going to be fun. Like you give it your best shot, right? You say, well, this sounds like a cool idea, but then you have to make it work in the engine with a controller in your hand. And at that point, I mean, it took me a long time. And then you have to, at a certain point, allow those two to massage each other and be plastic to each other. So like some of the lore changed to fit the mechanics. Some of the mechanics changed to fit the lore. Eventually I had something that I thought would make sense. And there were even some assumptions at the beginning that like I probably could have challenged them and changed them, but I was so committed to them in terms of how I'd written them that I forced the game to adapt to them. So for example, the character is like a blacksmith. I wanted the character to be a blacksmith because I just wanted it to be that way. I just wrote it that way, that his father is a blacksmith and that's what he has to do. If you were making a game about a blacksmith, you would probably make crafting a really big part of the game. And maybe even if it's an action game, crafting should be part of the action. So at first I had like a Minecraft style forging system where you could make better weapons by composing different things, different drops from enemies and that kind of thing. And then I realized that my level designs were all puzzle platformer, and that didn't play very well with a game that had gear progression based on like levels or like, you know, like different kinds of like levels of materials. It just didn't feel right. So eventually I ended up scrapping that system and swapping it for a forging for questing. So like people need you to build stuff for them and then you have to build stuff for them, and that gives you access to different gear and different gateways open up and stuff like that. So the blacksmithing is still a big part of the game, but I didn't know what part it would be until later. And then I managed to fit it into the magic system. So it's like, it's not just blacksmithing, it's like magical blacksmithing, but the magic part is secret. Only like 5 people in the world know about it because it's like the equivalent of like nukes. And so like the codes are really secret, and you know, layers of that kind of stuff that I didn't really, it wasn't until even like 8 months ago, there was no teleport system in the game. Eventually I was like, I have these shrines. The game has a map now and it takes a long time to run between it. So maybe the places where you learn the abilities, these shrines, should be teleport points. And of course in Zelda they are, in Breath of the Wild. So it's like, well, oh, obviously that makes sense. So then I worked that into the lore as well. But, you know, a lot of that is just, you try something, you bump into an issue and you go, okay, well, where can I go from here? You try something else. I don't think it matters too much where you start, as long as your process allows you to manage all of those collisions with the different concepts that you have. Make sense? In my brain, this road is much bigger. This is like multiple scenes, like 6 scenes, even 7, 6 or 7. Okay. I'll push this way, and I'll push this way. I did want it to be fully vertical though. That's tough. Maybe I'll just see how it copes. Why can't I, excuse me, why can't I grab you? Perfect. No, release date's probably a little far out at this point. I don't have a clean date. I'd love to. I would love to have a release date. It's just we're not there right now. Way too much content needs to be created for the game still. Like, see all these boxes? That's empty content. All of this whole chapter is empty. You can't do anything in it. You could just walk around in it. Same with this one. There's going to be like a whole bunch of content here as well, and then this is all empty too, so it's like 60% of it is empty right now. Okay, so let's keep going. We're still locking in. Q2, Q3 2027 was the target if we had funding by now. If I had funding today in my bank account, maybe we could have done that. Now it's more like Q1 2028, to be honest. I wish I could make that happen. We'll see. I don't expect it. I would need a lot of funding very soon. It would need to happen like now. And I don't have any means to do that yet. We'd have to do like a great Kickstarter tomorrow. And in the meantime, like, I still should be doing this first anyway. This task is like, I think very, very useful. All right, let's keep going. So let's do a quick mental run through of the whole game right now in this map. I just want to close my eyes for a second. Oh. Jeez. All right. So, chapter 1. Go through here, down here, there. Yep. I'm going too fast. Yeah. Yep. One, two, yep. through here. Chapter 2 is a big chapter, man. Okay. Chapter 3. Hey, Wolzo. Wolzo? Yeah. This is good. Okay. And then, okay, how do I get from here back? That's end of chapter 4. Then we need to somehow go from here all the way to here. Cutscene. Or actually, I had an idea where I was going to make it go from here. This scene was going to go all the way to here. Or at least to here. Maybe that's fine. I think this works. That'd be sick, actually. Oh, I just had an idea. Oh. Okay. Yes. So you literally get dropped off. All right. So this takes you over to like here, and then we'll need to put you back here, essentially. Outskirts there. Okay, and now I can put a scene in there. Oh, thank you. It's definitely shorter than maybe last time it was long. But it's funny because people like find me on YouTube, right? So like most of what you see of me is probably like from a couple of years ago, haircut wise, if it's long. It's actually probably in need of a cut, to be honest. I've been keeping it short for a while. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's not right. No. Okay. And then what? I don't know what happens after this. From the caravan scene, I guess you would have to get dropped off somewhere near the station. Maybe it just goes straight to here. Unless I do it differently, where it's more like here. Or here, and we watch it. Yeah, that makes sense too. But you'll have free reign for teleporting at this point. So actually, ooh, I see. I should put another crucible here for afterwards. I should do that, yeah. And that unlocks everything. Uh-huh. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. I'm trying not to spoil. There's like a major plot point that's happening in this scene that I can't talk about on stream if people are interested. So, all I'll say is that this is a place that you come back. It's like you've been through it, but it's changed so much because of something that happened that it's a different place now, or at least like you don't go back the same way you came, but you pass through this space. So I have to. There are 5 abilities. 5? 4? Let me see how I've got this laid out. Hang on. Ensign ability catalog. So I have 4 major regions, meaning each of them has 4 abilities to make 16. But as you go through them the first time, you can only get access to 3. In the 5th chapter, you can teleport around and go to and find the others. There's 4 more. So this is the previous place you were just at. Now you're coming back here and I can unlock this for you. So it's at least 1 in each region where I need to have like an additional temple. So I could put 1 here and 1 here. I probably will do that. And 1 here, I guess. Oh, that's so straightforward. 1, 2, 3, 4, done. Yeah, it's crazy. Like a lot of this stuff, I just, it's like you don't prompt yourself to solve any of these things unless you're working on them. So by not having the map represent itself properly, there was no way I could even think about what this would be. But now I can. You know the whole like unknown unknowns, that whole thing? Can I just hang on a second? Why doesn't this work? Is it about the orientation of these things in the hierarchy? That'd be crazy if it was. No. Is it not finding the super map? Oh. There's no composite collider. It probably doesn't even need one. It just did it in a one shot. Ah, wait, no, but it does have a composite. Well, what the hell? No composite. No composite collider? On the super collider component. So like, where's my super collider? There's my super collider component. It does have a composite collider on it though. It's literally got one right there. Is there another super collider somewhere else? Super custom properties, super tile layer, super collider component, super object. So where's the super collider component? It's found one of those. So let's log what it's called. Ledge 3. Oh my gosh. Okay, then we have to do this. We have to say so it found, for some reason, this before it found this. I guess we need to just get a list of them then. I don't even think we need that. We just pick the first one, right? Three, two, one, go. Oh, do what I tell you to do. Actually, hang on. Hello.
I'm done.
Nice. I'm not quite done yet.
That's okay.
Okay, first of all, this is going to be we need a thing that's like get bounds. We need an array of bounds. Called candidate bounds. Make it a list. Okay. Then for each of the composite colliders, it's actually just find all the composite colliders in the level, and then okay. That's what I want to do, I think. So, back to here. Ding, ding. Perfect. That's what I wanted. That'll save me from having to drag a lot of lines for no reason. It's now just like pre-calculating the size of the preview based on the level geometry that it can find. Probably shouldn't just be picking the biggest one. It should be expanding based on all of the bounds that it finds, but we can leave that for another day. Hey, Strudel. Strudel. Hello. Okay. So why doesn't this... Does this change the groups? I don't know if it does. It's the node positions, but I'm not sure if it updates the groups. Whatever. Okay. Great work today, chat. This was probably the first true focus stream we've had where I just worked as fast as I literally could most of the stream. This was a really big one. Look at all this abandoned content that I used to have in the game. Gee, thanks. There's still a lot to do. Like, I think one of the biggest challenges here that we've got has to do with, hey, Mudassir Khan, thank you so much. The way that chapter 5 changes all of the other chapters is going to be a real pickle, I think. Because I'm not planning on replacing the levels. It's possible, like we could do it. There's even like a cheat that we could use with the Insignia scene graph, where we make a second graph and we basically duplicate a bunch of the scenes, but not duplicate the rest. So like I could keep like 3/4 of these scenes exactly as they are, exactly where they are, but then replace like this one with a different scene, this one with a different scene, this one with a different scene. We could like substitute out the towns basically. That's possible. The only thing is like, it's probably not my preference to do it that way. There's an eclipse moment. Yeah, there's an eclipse moment in this game, but it's not actually an eclipse. It's just like the equivalent of a berserk eclipse here. But it's late. It's late in the game. It's more like a meteor, if you know that reference. Okay. So let me just like, I really need to like decompress. My brain was just like squeezing for the last 3 hours. The next thing that we want to do is start putting major cutscenes into this. Like the points where the cutscenes happen at least the stubs for the cutscenes, so that I could take, or at least the annotations, right? There should be annotations in every scene. Maybe I could squeeze them in right now. That basically describe what everything is. So like, what is this scene for? What happens here? That kind of stuff. Let's just go for it. What the hell? There we go. All right, so the way this works is you come in this way. There will be an exit. Let's call it like here, but then there will be another way across that you can only do until after you've got, well, you can only do it after you've done this other thing. Boom. That's what we want. And this can go there. Oh, feels so good. this should connect to here. And this should also connect there. But I don't want to get too crazy with it right now. It's more like opportunity that's challenging. That I can do pretty much everything I planned to do, but the scale of the game means that it's going to be really hard to get the story feeling the way it needs to feel. The like fantasy epic that I'm doing with this art style, it's like you can get the story the way you want it, but then like the mechanics I might not be able to make it as like expressive as I want the combat system. I'm like, for example, this thing here where it's like you go off the beaten path, you find an ability, you do the ability crucible, you come out, and then you can do some secrets. That structure right now, I can't get too creative with it. It just has to be in the game. I don't know if we'll get the chance to like innovate on that or make it more interesting. I'm playing Mina the Hollower at the moment, and that game has so many like little moments where it's like, well, you could do this way if you wanted. You know, did you know you could do this with this? It's like very the game is, you can't sequence break it because they've accounted for all of the sequences that you could take. But there's a lot of them. So as the player, you always feel like you're getting behind the curtain in that game. It feels like you're like creative because you're discovering ways to do things that they planned for you to do, but it always feels really exciting. That's something that I would love to have in this game, but that might be beyond our ability at this point. Like true exploration, not just in the space, but in the mechanics, you know, like what if I use this thing here? Oh, that moment is like so powerful. And they do it like every 2 screens. That happens in Mina. Another one might be like side quests and the NPCs that go in them. I would love for the game's side quests to be a little bit more like colorful and interesting. I don't know how far we'll be able to go. I think instead I might have to make it more like recurring characters who have quests of their own that advance rather than new characters everywhere. And maybe that's better, but they do it in Elden Ring, or like all the FromSoft games will have like, it's Solaire, you know, you see him like 6 times throughout the game and his quest advances every time. I might have to do something like that. Okay. I'm going to have to start putting in the, what's the word? The clinker rewards. I think the FromSoft quest system is pretty much universally disliked. Why do you think that's the case? You missed the story beats due to most of them. Yeah. So I wouldn't. Yeah. So for me, the one thing I would change is the fact that you can miss them. I wouldn't really let you miss them in Insignia. But the thing is, there is something kind of great about that too, which it's tough because it creates replay value. Like there's something kind of magical about like figuring out Solaire's questline. It's part of the secret. That's not to say that I will just, you know, copy that system or anything like that. That's right. Hey, Michael. Oh, thank you so much. Let me show you like more of the art if you're interested. This is what a more finished level looks like. That's the first chapter anyway. Part of the first chapter. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to the day when I can make these towns more complete. I really like this. This parallaxing, but I need to finish it. I love seeing the rooftops. There's a few moments in the game I'm really proud of, the visual look for them, but still a long way to go. Very proud of this as well. This is going to be great. It's got a horse head at the front. And then like some of the boss fight arenas too, like this is going to be so freaking cool. It's going to be so cool. And I can't wait. I can't wait. For this. I can't wait to show you this in the game where this happens. Oh baby. This is going to be my favorite moment in the whole game. Mm-hmm. I never said the game would have a happy ending. All right. Whew. Man, today was crazy. This was a big stream for me. It's been a big week for me too. You guys don't know, but there'll be one day I'll tell you about what's happened this week. Okay. Good start, Adam. Keep it up. Just gotta keep putting my foot on the accelerator. Adds annotations to Nassau scenes. Good. Okay, everybody. We gotta go find someone to raid. It's Friday. We've earned a good weekend. We worked so hard. Let's raid Jitspo. Thanks, everybody. Hey, you should wishlist Insignia if you're excited for it. This game's going to be good, and I'm going to need your support. So thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a good weekend. I'll catch you all Monday, yeah? That's the stream. Stay tuned for more content on YouTube. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.